racing, and Zen won the start. Zen won the start and kicks on. One of them stayed in the gate. 6th Street stayed in the gate. So hold all tickets. We're relegated to a match race, by the way. But do hold all tickets. Number 1, 6th Street stood in the gate, and there will be an inquiry at the end of the equation. Savona, 5. Zen, 2nd. And attempting to cut into the margin as they approach the top of the stretch. It is Savona and the leading man. The Irish is jumping Savona on the inside. Bridgemahan made an aggressive move up to the top of the lane to give Zen a chance, and Savona is attempting to fend the challenge and doing quite well. It is Savona leading it from Zen. It is Savona, Zen, Zen, Savona. Savona prevails. Hold all tickets. Racing, Pat's Gal won the start as Perfect Moon was off a little slowly. Like Fine Wine settles into second, but Pat's Gal is the leading gal, and that lead is 5 as they go around the first turn. Like Fine Wine tries to win 2 in a row, a clear second. Behind that one, a recovering Perfect Moon. Then it's Ballimos. That one is now 10 lengths from the front, and Voodoo Fire is in last. The 5 racing single file, and up top, Pat's Gal has it all her own way, and Pat's Gal has built that lead to 7. Like Fine Wine, 5 clear from Perfect Moon, who is 5 clear from Ballimos. And after that, Voodoo Fire, a good 17 lengths from the lead, and they're in the middle stages. And Kelsey Haar still has a tight hold on Pat's Gal. That lead is 10 lengths. Pat's Gal is up by 10 on Like Fine Wine. Perfect Moon is being shoved on. Voodoo Fire is beginning to roll in, and Ballimos is doing the moonwalk back to last. Off the far turn they go. Pat's Gal's lead is reducing. Pat's Gal still held together. Kelsey Haar just took a peek back looking for competition, and here comes Like Fine Wine, and here comes Perfect Moon. After that, we have Ballimos and Voodoo Fire, and Pat's Gal may be in deep water despite that huge lead. Pat's Gal shifting ground, looking for a place to go to bed, and up goes Like Fine Wine. Perfect Moon is flying home on the inside, and after that it is Ballimos, Like Fine Wine, Perfect Moon. These two to the line together. Like Fine Wine, good. Racing. Kaprizov is out fast from the 6th spot. Kirill the Thrill with speed. Elevated Game debuting at 3-1, showing some speed. And Angel Shadows between runners has grabbed the lead. And the gray Angel Shadows takes a narrow lead, and the pace noticeably intensifies as Kirill the Thrill speeds up to the inside to join Angel Shadows. Elevated Game right behind them under a very tight hold. Behind that one, Prince is My Boy, about 5 clear from Kaprizov, and West Dakota is in last. Up top, they head up the Canterbury Park barn side, and Kirill the Thrill puts the nose in front, but Angel Shadows right there, and they're in perfect harmony with a half mile to go. Elevated Game tracks and is being taken to the outside about a length and a half from the lead. Prince is My Boy, 4-5 out of it, and about the same distance clear from West Dakota. Kaprizov has tailed off to last. There goes Elevated Game. The first-time starter jumps Kirill the Thrill. After that, Prince Is My Boy goes to third. Angel Shadows goes back to the barn. West Dakota 10 lengths out of it, and Not Today for Kaprizov. Elevated Game runs away from Kirill the Thrill. Elevated Game drifting way out to the center of the track, but doing so with an insurmountable lead. Just one look, that's all it took for Elevated Game, victorious by many. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Eyes Flying By wins the start, trying to win 2 in a row. And now Flashing Speed is Silver Dash to the inside, and the white horse attempts to gallop away with the lead, but is being contested by Some Tequila, who's hot, trying to win 3 in a row. After that, Midnight Royal, 7 lengths out of it to the inside of North Arm Bay, who's moving up, along with Warrior Boss. They're 6 lengths behind Silver Dash, and Silver Dash pulls clear by a half. Some Tequila sticks to that one, and they're 5 clear from Eyes Flying By. North Arm Bay advancing, but being ridden to do so. Then it's Warrior Boss and Midnight Royal. They're still 6-7 lengths from the lead, and at the midway point of the Sunday 7, Silver Dash keeps the blue blinkers in front. Some Tequila continues to bug. North Arm Bay continues to plug away. The rider has the yellow helmet cover, and as they head for home, Some Tequila, Silver Dash, North Arm Bay 13-1. Outside of that, Warrior Boss, and on the wide side is Midnight Royal. Silver Dash, Some Tequila, North Arm Bay, upset on his mind. North Arm Bay grinds out a win. And they're racing. Jose Patio won the start over Mongolian Apple, and 8 and 9 fly like the wind into the first turn. It is Jose Patio by 2. Mongolian Apple relegated to second, and about 4 lengths clear from Little Red Rifle and the Hot Jock. After that, we have Star Mission to the inside of Yo Dog, who's in the clear, 5th and 6 out of it. 2.5, 3 clear from Mendelssohn Joy to the inside of Calzone, and Line to Gain is last and 11 lengths are rearmost. Up the barn side, they're chasing Harry, and Jose Patio slowing down on the lead. That lead is 2 with 4 to go. Right behind that one, Mongolian Apple, Yo Dog steadily advancing to the outside of Star Mission. Little Red Rifle inside of them, 8 from front to back now. Calzone is in the clear, 7 out of it, beginning to run on a smidge. Mendelssohn Joy sequestered, and Line to Gain is blocked last but running on. Jose Patio trying to go wire to wire. Jose Patio still leads it clearly. Mongolian Apple still taking up the chase in second. After that is Yo Dog, Calzone, and Star Mission. Jose Patio roused for run with a 3-length lead. Mongolian Apple is next, and then we come to Star Mission, and on the inside, Mendelssohn Joy, but Jose Patio stays undefeated on the turf and wins it beautifully. racing. Petey is speedy. Positive Petey off in positive fashion. Love a Fighter already one in arrears. Inside of that, Western Charm. After that, Just Because. And the firster, Captain's Crown, is already 9 out of it. And up top, Western Charm. Check that. Love a Fighter comes swinging into the far turn. It is Love a Fighter to the inside of Positive Petey. And right behind them, Western Charm tracking nicely 2 lengths from the lead. And 5 clear from Just Because. Way back to Captain's Crown. The firster is in last. And Love a Fighter still slugging it out with Positive Petey. Reaping the benefits, perhaps Western Charm between those runners. And on the far outside, Just Because finishing okay. Up goes Love a Fighter, grinding away to a 3-length lead. In second is Western Charm. That's it for Petey, passed by Just Because. But Love a Fighter with an uppercut that was unstoppable. And they're racing. Euro Bad Boy at 25-1 comes out in sweet fashion. Stability lay second, about 2.5, 3 lengths clear from this tearaway long shot. Euro Bad Boy leads it around the first turn. After that, we come back to Freddie J, and Schmooze is beginning to advance. Freddie J locked together with Schmooze. Bubba Bob's taking a trip on the wide side. The rider has the patriotic colors, 5 lengths behind the long shot, and to the outside of Coffee Caliente. Then it's Mr. Cougar last, but a relative close last, about 7 lengths from it. And the lead belongs to Euro Bad Boy. And Euro Bad Boy tries to trigger a massive upset to close the Sunday 7. Stability attaches to that one and is making a move. Then we come back to Freddie J. Freddie J, 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead. Bubba Bob is shaken up. Coffee Caliente has nowhere to go to the inside of Schmooze. And then it's Mr. Cougar, and Stability takes the lead. Stability has taken the lead and put away the long shot, Euro Bad Boy. On the outside, Freddie J at 2-1 means business. Then it's Coffee Caliente stabbing through on the inside. Here comes Coffee Caliente with Freddie J, 2 and 4 to the line together. Coffee Caliente in fuego.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where today the main track is fast and the turf is firm. The turf is firm. If you'll get your programs ready, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race program. Race number 1, scratch the 7. Tell them I'm coming. Race 1, take out 7. And there's an additional workout listed for the 5, 4 furlongs, 50.15, breezing from the gate on a fast track. Race 2 has no changes. There are no changes in race number 2. We move onward to race number 3, where we take out the 1, Club Mesquite. Club Mesquite, the 1 out of race 3. Make the jockey on the 2, Daler Barrios Lopez. No superfecta with that scratch of the 1 in race 3. No superfecta. Races 4, 5, and 6 offer no changes. No changes, 4, 5, and 6. Let's turn to the late daily double. In race number 7, jockey change on the 3. It's going to be Harry Hernandez. Double H on the 3 in the 7th. And in the lucky last, race number 8. Take out the 6 horse, Dan's on by. Race 8, scratch 6. With that scratch, there is no superfecta in race number 8. Up next, today at the races, featuring Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Jeff Madej here. We're in the First Bet studio. Angela Herman, my sidekick in what we call the fluffer.
All right. I'll take that. Okay. Nice to be here.
We've got 8 races tonight. We've got a lot of turf racing. We've got a pick 4, a pick 3, a pick 5, all sorts of action. A lot of things going on at the track on what's a beautiful Wednesday night. The weather could not be any better and more conducive to racing.
It is actually quite perfect out for some of the major highs and major lows with the weather that we've had even throughout the summer with the smoke pollution and everything like that. It has turned out to be a lovely Wednesday for racing, and 8 races at that with very few scratches.
Let's take a peek at those trainer and jockey standings, the thoroughbred variety. No real surprises and not a lot of movement.
No, not a ton of movement, but I think that you've noted that as these two, the top two, go out of town for different races or come back into town, this margin changes a little bit, and it's shrunk to 3, and at times, it's grown back to about 5 or 6, but right now it currently sits at just 3 between these two and 2 between Lindy Wade and Eduardo Gallardo, and he's been here consistently and back with mounts for Mac Robertson, and we know that coming up to Festival Day, a lot of these names are going to have a lot of mounts and opportunity to change things around.
Don't count out Eddie G. He is sneaking up there. I like that.
Yeah, I know. He is making his way up there. And, I mean, none of these names have been too far out of it at any point, but a lot of them collectively have made up ground as Harry Hernandez has not been here on a consistent basis lately.
Absolutely. And the trainers, about the same as we had last week.
Yeah, just about the same as we've had, good part of the year, but Joel Byrne just 20 ahead of Jose Silva, but he just keeps right on firing and now dropping horses, some down the class ladder, just making him double tough with the trainer's lead as he has it.
And then Mike Beeler, of course, if you didn't know, he won his 1,000. We've been waiting for it to happen. We've been promoting.
There's a big sign in that office. He's going to win 1,000
races. We cancel one night, doesn't win the next night. He goes to Remington Park and wins it.
Damn, Medalla Match gets up there and wins. I know. We did have Paul bring another one into the winner's circle the other day and say, win 1,000 and won.
That's right.
And that was that's as close as we could get.
Mike's been here since 1985. He's been involved in racing in Minnesota, so congratulations to him. One of the good guys for sure. Mm-hmm. Let's see what else we've got, Angela. We've got an Express Bet $40 feeder contest tonight. That's right. You can play that on your phone. Mm-hmm. It's a $20 entry fee, a $20 live bankroll. You just log into your app and you go to the tournament section, you enter. And there's no takeout on this. So your all the $20 entry fees are collected, and then they're paid back either as prizes or as cash. So you give it all back. All you got to do is find some winners, be the best, and win. Right,
and note that it is every Wednesday, but then also special Monday contest as well on the 2nd.
That's right. We're building up to the 9th. The 9th will be the final, the last chance contest. So that's what you win if you win your way in tonight. And if you can win that one, well, you get a $2,000 entry into the BCBC NHC qualifier. And that could turn into 6 figures.
That's a mouthful, but there's a lot of potential prize money and entries waiting at the end if you just get in for $40 tonight. Now, in a crossover leg of those 10% takeout wagers is Markin Greeley, and he's going to be my play of the day, coming back down to a level that's frankly been very friendly to Markin Greeley. He does have the outside post that's not too desirable, but a horse with as little speed as he has really isn't as affected as much by post position as some other horses in this group would be. Markin Greeley is back with his friends. We think he'll be back in the winner's circle, so that's the play of the night in race number 4. The 9, Markin Greeley.
Yeah, everyone just step right into that. All your serial wagers, make win bets, place bets. Even, why? There's nothing wrong with a show bet now and then. What the heck?
What?
Well,
Okay.
I don't, it's one of those nights for me. Sometimes we call that the batting cage, and I need it after my handicapping endeavors of late. Okay. Now, what I think is worth noting is the pick 5. The 10% pick 5 because it pays more than it should because the takeout's only 10%. The other tracks are racing takeout. We've got the lowest takeout in the nation in the pick 5.
Yeah, you hit one there. Definitely no raise of takeout on these. And they do start in the first of the post time pick 4, and they start with the 4th race tonight in the pick 5. Those are all 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wagers, and they do start with the post time pick 4. That one actually, for some reason, was a bit more of interest for me tonight, that being the early part of the card. But some horses that I'm looking forward to seeing tonight and a little bit further down the line in the early part of racing. You'll see some good maidens in the first race today, even though we did have a scratch out of there. And there was a story that you did. If you've seen it on social media, you've seen just a bit of it. But there's a horse that's going to be in the first race with a lot of potential that you got a chance to get to know a little bit better.
Yeah, let's take a look at that mouse. We're in Valerie Lund's barn with El Encanto, number 5 in race 1 on Wednesday night. This horse looks like a runner. It's a Washington bred by Attaboy Roy. How did you come about this horse?
I go to the Washington sale most years because they raise some really nice horses there. That's where I bought Attaboy Roy. It's where I bought Bodenheimer. So I go there to look over what they've got. And I saw this colt, and I was just in love. I went, wow, this is a good-looking colt. So I called Barry and Joni and said, we ought to buy this colt. He's nice.
Rock solid connections with the Butsos, the owner. Valerie Lund, very good with first-time starters. You told me that this colt is smart. What does that mean?
You know, there's a lot of 2-year-olds that just, they don't know what they're doing, and they don't want to rate, and they don't want to think about the race. But this colt is so smart. He'll sit, and you can send him on late. You can, whatever you want to do with him, he just does, and he doesn't complain about it. To me, that's a very smart 2-year-old.
So this is kind of a who's who of trainers, right? We've got Your Horse, we've got Mac, we've got Joel Burnt, some of the top barns at Canterbury with well-bred horses. Do you expect to see some speed here? Speed generally wins these kind of races. What do you expect out of this horse?
Well, I expect to see speed in the race from both Joel's horse and from Mac's horse. My colt, again, is so smart. If those two duel really hard, he'll sit a little and then he'll come on. And we've practiced that a lot in the morning, sitting and then finishing. I don't have another colt in the barn as fast as him, so we've worked them together and then let him finish out, and he's real smart about that.
Number 5, LN Canto, race number 1. It starts the post-time pick 4. Crucial leg for your betting endeavors. Well, it sure is. That pick 4 is going to be nice. And I know that we've got Mac in there. We've got Burnt in there. I'll be interested to see who you like. Why don't you just tell the people right now, because LN Canto's the 5. I'm not saying it's a single. These are 2-year-olds on the turf, many of them making their first start.
Right, and I'm taking Bourbon Aficionado because he seems to be working with some of the faster Mac Robertson 2-year-olds. And as we've seen thus far in the limited sample of 2-year-old races that we've had here, he has some very, very fast ones. And I think that this horse, with a good, decent break from the gate, I don't think he might need to break on top. There is some speed to his outside, but should be in the mix at first asking. You like that term, in the mix. That's who I took in the first. But starting in the second, we have a 14% takeout wager that's $1 minimum. That's the Turf Pick 3. And I couldn't find a single in the Turf Pick 3 tonight. Did you have a race of particular interest on the grass that you would maybe edit of my ticket that we have? Because we have just 2x2, but then I spread out in race number 6. I thought that one was a touch more wide open, and that it had some horses that were going to take a lot of money that were worth trying to maybe beat towards the outside. So I'm curious on your thoughts of this ticket and on the sequence overall tonight as you do take a look at these turf races very closely.
You're putting me on the spot here. Race number 4, I don't see a 2 on your ticket. Mishko.
I do not have Mishko on my ticket. Why should I? Or why should they?
Mishko would need a map to find the winner's circle. 0-4.
Convincing.
He's 0 for his last 19 races.
Okay.
But.
Tell me.
The horse finishes well. Maybe he's found a spot it could win. I don't know. If you're looking to really add some big value in here,
That's
I think Mishko could be that one.
All right, perhaps take
It's
this.
the last time you'll ask me.
Just maybe if you add Mishko into the mix, you could make that into a $24 ticket, but add and subtract, because there are some prices like Mishko that are not on this ticket and that you can add in. Remember, that's another low takeout sequence, but a whole game different is coming here every Tuesday starting on September 12th. Jeffrey, tell me more.
Yeah, bingo. We're bringing bingo into the Canterbury Bingo Hall. Paul Allen, our race caller, will become a bingo caller on opening night. He's really looking forward to that. I'm not a big bingo player, but I think it's kind of fun. It's a little diversion from regular life. You can get in there and just have some fun, and you can find more info on our website about it. But it's going to be every Tuesday on mezzanine level. We're going to have the bar open, the classics food stand will be open. You can get a great meal from Chips and just play some bingo.
Right, just play some bingo, lay back, and even have some races on in the background too. You can multitask at a bingo hall. We can figure something out and make a little bit of money, a little extra money on your trip out to Canterbury. Try something new.
This weekend, lots of things going on. It's a 3-day weekend, not just 2 days, 3-day weekend. And it all starts on Saturday with the charcuterie.
Another hot weekend. So
it's going to be nice. It's going to be in the 90s. We like
is.
that. Taste of Canterbury. And what would be better than a craft cocktail when it's 98 degrees?
Exactly. And some cured meats, cheeses, everything else that you would want to go with your craft cocktail will be available at Cocktails and Charcuterie. That is the last Taste of Canterbury event for the summer. If you haven't had a chance to try it, or if you have had a chance and the others have been sold out and you want to take one more dip into that pool, this is going to be your last opportunity to do so. So get your tickets today. They do sell out.
Right. These events have all sold out, and usually they get that late crush as Saturday approaches. So jump online now if you want to go and buy your tickets. But it's sure to be fun. We've got a nice race card as well. And then on Sunday, you love this day because I always ask, what's your favorite dog? Well, you can never decide. Well, you don't need to.
No.
You don't need to on Sunday because it's best in
Exactly.
show. They're all here. What a great
Exactly. You
present.
get the best of the best. The creme de la creme of race pets come together in the Best in Show. We will have all of the qualifiers from the heats with the Basset Hounds, with the Corgis, with the Wiener Dogs, with the Bulldogs. They all meet and clash in the Best of Show. It is one of those busier days out here. We get a lot of families, a lot of people camping out on the apron or taking reserved seating areas, and it does get quite full quite early. So if you want to join us on Sunday, make sure that you get in here a little bit earlier than you normally would so that you can get the spot that you want and take in the Best in Show because it's a big treat. And if you've seen any of the races along the way, you'll want to see how it turns out.
Right, something's got to give. All four breeds clash, and that happens on Sunday,
Right.
first post at 1 o'clock. But the weekend doesn't end there. Monday, Labor Day, we also race, and that happens at 1 o'clock. I haven't done the handicapping yet, but I'm sure there's a lot to look forward on that card as well.
I am not all the way through Monday, but if Saturday and Sunday are any indication, you might need a little extra time to look at it as well. Good days of racing, and this weekend, I guess, all starts off tonight. Starts off in 14 minutes. The post-time pick 4 is the wager of choice to start things off in the first. Kevin, are you out there to take us through the post-time pick 4?
Angela, I am ready and willing to take a look at this first race and then take a look at the opening 4. Take a look at that all-turf pick 3 you gave us. I am in unison on most of your selections, especially in the first 2 legs. Love the all-turf pick 3 at Canterbury. $1 bet. That starts in race 2. We got to get you ready for race number 1. Nice interview with Jeff Madej there, talking to the trainer of the 5, Valerie Lund. And she's always been so good with young horses that have talent. And, boy, they're betting Ellen Canto here big time, 3-5. And when you're in a race entered against Mac Robertson and Joel Burnt, and you're all debuting, and you're 3-5, that might be all the information we need. I mean, this is more than barn money. This is sharp money here. So keep that in mind. Let's handicap, though, from the inside out. We'll start with number 1, Hidden Profit. The Bug Boy, Barrios Lopez, gets the call here. Interesting horse, good bloodlines, very leisurely workouts, breezes. But my goodness, this horse looks good right there on camera in the saddling enclosure. Good muscle, good energy for a horse debuting. I really like what I'm seeing from Hidden Profit. I don't like the inside post anytime horses are sprinting in their very first start, but it's a little easier on the turf for sure. This is my top pick in the race. This is the 2, Bourbon Aficionado. Bourbon Courage, the sire. This horse fetched $90,000 in the sale. And the workouts tell me this horse is probably going to be a runner. Mac Robertson's good with all horses, but he is very good with 2-year-olds, showing a 21% win rate. And he's good first time out of the gate at 24%. It's all we have to go on. Bloodlines and history with the barn. And I really like to see Eduardo Gallardo show up on this horse. He's such a good gate jockey. So I think the horse is well meant. Maybe not as well meant as the 5 watching the betting, but I think this horse can run a little bit. The 3 is the Man, the Myth. And good horse for Joel Burnt to be training because, man, has he been good these last couple of summers at Canterbury. He's on his way to another training title. Constantino Roman rides. This is the son of Midnight Loot. Good turf bloodlines for certain. And see, when I look at a first-time starter and I see only 3 workouts, that tells me this horse probably has things figured out. When you see 8, 10, 12 workouts, they're probably still trying to figure things out. This horse only shows 3 workouts. That's not a red flag at all for me. That just tells me this 2-year-old probably knows what he is doing. And hey, it's Joel Burnt. I mean, you know, you gotta take a look at 5-1 there and at least give that some serious consideration. 4 is Cinco Majestic. The blinkers go on for Miguel Angel Silva. This is Barajas, the rider, and a horse with experience, but a horse that's had back-to-back tough losses. We'll see if the change in surface can change the fortunes because the turf bloodlines are excellent. Just hasn't shown a lot other than a little speed in career start number 2, but does bring race experience as we see the double handler there on Bourbon Aficionado. Here's the 5. Here's the steam horse here on this Wednesday night. This is El Encanto with Lindy Wade for Valerie Lund. Attaboy Roy, very productive sire. And you heard Valerie talk with Jeff Madej about how smart this horse is. To me, half the battle with these 2-year-olds, they're all bred to run. They're all bred to be fast. We all get it. And they're probably bred to run on the turf if they're debuting on the grass. But she mentioned in that interview that this horse can sit off and pass horses. That is rare for youngsters. They usually just run as fast as they can, as far as they can. And she made the comment numerous times to Jeff that this is a horse that's really figured things out, can rate if need be, has some talent, is bred to run, and is taking money. And to me, that's another angle. When you play 2-year-old races, especially races like this that are pretty much blank, you want to see where that money is going. And this horse has been bet all the way through the betting all afternoon here at Canterbury. And like I said, if you're debuting a horse and you're Valerie London, you're going up against trainers like Joel Burnt and Mac Robertson, and you're 3-5, that might be all the tell you need as you build those tickets. Number 6 is I Can Do It. I Can Do It debuts for Miguel Angel Silva, Izzy Hernandez, the pilot. Decent bloodlines for the turf, and again, very leisurely, comfortable breeze workouts. The number that stands out to me with this trainer is the 2-year-old numbers, 15% win rate and an ROI of nearly $3 for every buck. So that's something to consider at a big, big price on the outside. We scratched the 7. There's my picks in the race. I go 2, 3, and 5. With the way they're betting the race, though, you better give this 5 a long, long look. And boy, is Lindy Wade well mounted tonight. One of our top jockeys, Paul Allen and I were having this conversation about an hour ago. If he gets this horse home in the first, he could be in position to have a real good night at the racetrack. We've got a real good betting night for you, and it includes this post-time pick 4, the all-turf $1 pick 3 in race 2, and then later tonight, race 4, I've got a pick 5 ticket for you I'm real excited about. I think the pick 5 sequence is challenging, fun, and could pay. Hey, there are the picks for race number 1. You can see they're a little spread out. That's usually a good sign, even though they're betting El Encanto big time, 4-5 up on the board. I'll have that post-time pick 4 ticket for you once we get the horses out here and through the post parade. Welcome to racing from Canterbury Park. Have a great Wednesday night. Sir Leonard Dykert brings him onto the track for tonight's first race. The first race is on a firm turf course. Starts the post-time pick 4. We scratch the 7. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, double end. As I mentioned, race 1 starts the post-time pick 4. I'll have a ticket ready for you here in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks, here's the post-time pick 4 that I have assembled for this early sequence. It's a $13.50 investment. I'm going to use the 2, 3, and the 5 here. And I think with the steam, with the 5, and, of course, Mac Robertson and Joel Burnt, I've got a lot of confidence we're going to get through leg 1. Second race, I'm going to use 2, 4, and 5. Looks pretty balanced to me. It's a turf route where I think you want to at least have a couple of options. And then we're going to move on to race number 3, where I'm actually going to single Last Martini. I'm going to make a stand in the third on a horse that's likely going to be right around that 4-1 morning line, maybe a little bit lower. But I'm bullish on the Martini in the third. I want to have options into that race 4. I think that race 4 could go a lot of different directions. I love my top pick, the 9, but I don't love that post. So I'm going to use 3, 5, and 9 to close it out. Once again, $13.50 is my ticket. 2, 3, 5 with 2, 4, 5 with 5 with 3, 5, and 9. Play my ticket, modify my ticket, or play your own. But it's the post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout pays hundreds, sometimes thousands. 5 minutes now down to 4. 4 minutes now to the post-time pick 4 and race number 1. Good luck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the racetrack. Wednesday racing is provided by Michelob Ultra. We thank some of our sponsors, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, and Quick Trip. We also welcome our featured groups to the racetrack. They include Anheuser-Busch's Bartender Ball, the Corporate 4 Insurance Agency, Greystone Construction, Minnesota Veterans Home, Social Indoor, Geraldine's Birthday Party, the Western National Insurance Group, One IG Print, Graybar NDI, the Lake Susan Group, and Tim Siegley and First Resource Bank. They've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the first on a beautiful Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Into the gate they go. Our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, 42 victories, closely followed by Lindy Wade, 39, and Eduardo Gallardo, 37. The leading trainer, Joel Burnt, 44 victories. Bunch of first-timers. These 2-year-olds debuting on the turf. Number 4, Cinco Majestic, the only one with experience, 12-1. Here is Bourbon Aficionado in Joe Novogratz Silks. The man, the myth. Where's the Lothenbach Silks? Bob and his team. Our leading ownership group. The man, the myth, in. Right next to Cinco Majestic, El Encanto, wearing Barry and Joni's colors. And I Conduit for Hidden Creek Farm. Here come the 2-year-olds, and they're racing. Swift beginning for the one with experience, Cinco Majestic. Hidden Prophet blazes through on the inside. I Conduit rolls into second. After that, the man, the myth, and behind them, Bourbon Aficionado. El Encanto last, but beginning to advance, doing so wide. These babies head into the far turn, and on the inside, Cinco Majestic attacked by I Conduit. That one is 19-1. After that, Hidden Prophet. Then we come back to the man, the myth. After that, Bourbon Aficionado, 9 out of it. El Encanto is last and far out of it. They head for home in the first on a Wednesday. I Conduit trying to begin the Labor Day 4-day festival with a big upset. Cinco Majestic to the inside at 9-1. After that, Bourbon Aficionado trying to leave them punch drunk. That 2 surging. It is I Conduit. Bourbon Aficionado has him. Bam! Result of the photo shows the winner is number 2, Bourbon Aficionado, in time. 2645 in 57.30. Results are unofficial. First race official. First exact to 27.60. That's 2.6. The 50-cent trifecta 2.64. 95.20. 10-cent superfecta. Top 4 finishers. 45.19. Race number 2. 22 minutes from now. Turf course firm. That rail 10 feet out. This one begins our $1 all-turf pick 3 on races 2, 4, and 6. Pick the winners of races 2, 4, and 6 in the pick 3 and hit that all-turf pick 3 with just a 14% takeout. Race number 2, provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. The first into the winner's enclosure this Wednesday is Bourbon Aficionado and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Nova Gratz Racing Stables, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson.
Each week, the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Agency, the organization that represents trainers, grooms, and owners, honors a groom in this special Winter Circle presentation. This is the 5th consecutive year that trainer Tony Rengstorff has been in the top 5 of trainer standings. Tony knows you need good horses to be successful, but also knows how important his crew is to that success. And nowhere better is this evidenced than with Charlie Caballero, the Groom of the Week. Tony says that Charlie has a natural touch with horses, as well as a strong work ethic. Whenever something needs to be done, Charlie is there to do it and always seems to have a smile on his face while he's working. He's a pleasure to work around and have in the barn every day. For all of this, Charlie Caballero is the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week.
Here come the 2-year-olds, and they're racing. Swift beginning for the one with experience, Cinco Majestic. Hidden Profit blazes through on the inside. I Conduit rolls into second. After that, the man, the myth, and behind them, Bourbon Aficionado. El Encanto last, but beginning to advance, doing so wide. These babies head into the far turn, and on the inside, Cinco Majestic attacked by I Conduit. That one is 19-1. After that, Hidden Profit. Then we come back to the man, the myth. After that, Bourbon Aficionado, 9 out of it. El Encanto is last and far out of it. They head for home in the first on a Wednesday. I Conduit trying to begin the Labor Day 4-day festival with a big upset. Cinco Majestic to the inside at 9-1. After that, Bourbon Aficionado trying to leave them punch drunk. That 2 surging. It is I Conduit. Bourbon Aficionado has him. Bam!
That's never really newsworthy when Mac Robertson has a first-timer ready to run, but Eduardo Gallardo stayed the task. This horse was last around that turn in a 5-furlong turf dash, and boy, when they straightened out for home, that was impressive. 57 and change as we start out with the favorite winning to start the post-time pick 4. Now we go right back to the turf course, but there's a new great betting option this year at Canterbury, and you have to give it a try. This is the $1 all-turf pick 3. Tonight it's this race, race 2, race 4, and race 6. Angela Herman has a very affordable ticket that could be live, and I love the $1 sequence, and I love the challenging part of the equation, which is turf racing tends to produce some quirky results here at Canterbury. Keep that in mind. Race 2, here we go. Number 1 is Dropped Cold. Constantino Roman for the Hall of Fame trainer Bernal Roan. This horse has never been on the grass. The dirt races have been okay. What I like about this horse is a couple of things. Has natural speed, and she draws inside. Maybe that good jockey here in Roman can take advantage of the position with that natural speed and try to upset the apple cart. I have no idea why this horse is 1-5. Now, I picked the 2, so it isn't like I don't like the horse, but I didn't see anybody worthy of 1-5 in this race, so we'll see how the money kind of sifts out. We saw that last race with the 5 taking that money early. Sometimes the odds do change dramatically closer to post time, but, you know, there are things to like here. I like the horse. Silva's, both his horses in the first ran great. Barajas is his go-to jockey. He rides here after the horse got pulled up early in the race last time. But if you go 2 back to Indiana, that was really good. That 63 figure, without a doubt, would win this race. So there's some mixed signals. Horse looks fantastic down here in the walking ring. She's got stalking speed. She draws a good post. But if I'm going to make a win bet on this horse, it'll have to be at least the morning line, which is 2-1. Number 3 is Tammy Macho. The Buck Boy, Barrios Lopez, gets the call for Esteban Martinez. Another horse that's got some speed and another horse that had some trouble. Checked and bumped the last 2 times out. So she's had a couple of trips that were not advantageous. So 10-1 morning line looks like a long shot. Holy cow, 40-1 up on the board. Okay. I've got the horse 4, so I'm absolutely going to put this horse in my superfecta box, especially at that price. Same thing with the 4. This is a horse that our Star Tribune ace handicapper Jay Litza has on top. And I'm not letting Jay beat me at this number. Holy cow, 15-1 on a Litza tout. The other Silva nearly won race 1 at a huge price. That's who this is, Izzy Hernandez. Like the jockey, like the running style, couple of good turf races, back-to-back third-place finishes, and Litza on board at 15-1. Okay. 5 is Mark of Victory, Valerie Lund, Lindy Wade. Good connections off a smart-looking second-place finish against similar last time. Lots to like. If the favorite's going to get beat, this is probably the most likely horse to do it. 6 makes quite the impression here in the paddock. Strong-looking, steely gray filly. She's a real deal. Sosa gets the call for Backhouse. 1 start. It was in the mud. You can draw a line through it. It has nothing to do with turf racing. She's bred for the turf debut. 7 is Graceful Moon. Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein. Good long shot connections. Couple of turf races. Significant improvement with the Lasix last time. After a dull 7th in her debut, jumped up and ran a pretty good 4th last time. We'll need to continue that improvement, but you get those good long shot connections. And number 8, Roll, Gypsy Roll, is 12-1. The morning line set by professionals says 9-2. I don't like the post, but I do think this horse will be motoring home in the late stages. Who do you like? It's a maiden race on the turf. Someone's going to get their first career victory. Love maiden racing. Love the all-turf pick 3. The all-turf pick 3 starts right here. It's a $1 bet. It links up races 2, 4, and 6. And while you're here, whether it's tonight or all weekend long, we're expecting some big crowds. We got the dogs this weekend. Why don't you do this? Why don't you download the First Bet app? It is the preferred app of the Sharpies in the press box. Put it on your phone. You can deposit money and bet wherever you are watching the races. At the end of the night, you can take that money right back out and take it home with you. First Bet app. Try it right now. It's race 2 on the turf. Good luck.
Sir Leonard Dykert's call to the post brings the runners onto the track, then to a firm turf course for the second. No scratches.
Hello, before race 2, we have a game that we're going to play down here in the winner's circle. It's a card game not offered in the casino, but it's one that we'll play out here for a daily double pack and a deck of those Canterbury cards. It's called Ride the Bus. Now, my contestant today is...
Reed.
Reed already knows the rules to Ride the Bus, but in case you don't, we'll go through it real quick. The first card, he has to guess whether it's going to be red or black. That second card, he has to decide whether that card is going to be higher or lower than the first card. And card number 3, he has to decide if it's between the first 2 cards or outside of the range of the first 2 cards. Now that you know what we're doing, we're going to get to it. So, card number 1, is it red or is it black?
Let's go with black.
He thinks it's black. I'm sorry, it's red. I thought you said you were an expert on Ride the Bus. Come on, the first stop. All right, that's okay. We'll let you have one more try, red or black.
We're going to double down on black.
Okay, black it is. Okay, we have a 6 of clubs, 1 down. Now, is the next card going to be higher or lower than a 6?
This is a toughie. We're going to go high.
Higher than a 6? It is higher than a 6, and you got a 9. My goodness. Okay. Now, do you think that the third card is between those 2, or do you think it's outside of that range?
Outside.
Is it outside of a 6 and a 9? Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, the odds were very much in your favor. I am so, so sorry, but you won't go away empty-handed. We'll get you some admission passes and maybe even a deck of cards. Head in there, and you can probably win some more cash. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
That's how Ride the Bus goes sometimes. You still can bet and win on the second in the next 3 minutes if you so choose, but they are heading to the turf course very shortly for the second. And there's a Turf Pick 3 ticket if you want to take a dive into this wager. It connects races 2, 4, and 6 tonight. Now, there's 3 different legs in there. You can see you can use as many or as few horses as you'd like. But I opted to go a little bit deeper in race number 6 and go a little bit lighter in these first couple of legs. I'm going to use Bet Your Assets and Mark of Victory. Mark of Victory is my top selection in here. But if you do spread out a little bit further later on down the line, Mark of Greeley, my top choice, goes along with I'm a Harley 2 in race number 4, and lots of options, like I mentioned, race number 6, trying to take some of the inside drawn, maybe to upset some of the outside drawn horses, and that makes for a $16 ticket. You still got a couple of minutes to make that bet, and all of the other options on the wagering menu, but time is running out, and your heavy favorite continues to be Bet Your Assets.
They're at the gate. It is now race time. The Shelbyville Shipper, Bet Your Assets, 1-2 and favored. Drop called, Bet Your Assets, Tammy Macho, Dr. Z's Elsa shares a home with the favored filly. Graceful Moon, second last. Roll, Gypsy Roll, last in. 8 in the gate, turf time to begin the all-turf pick 3. And they're racing. Tammy Macho pops out the chest and in macho fashion at 40-1 flashes speed. Dropped cold, revs up and gets hot at 50-1 on the inside. And a couple of outsiders go 1-2 as they negotiate the first turn. Bet Your Assets now joins and passes those long shots. And the favorite is on the move with Barajas. And Bet Your Assets, the Indiana Steam, opens up by 4. After that, it's now about 6 back to She's a Real Deal to the outside of Mark of Victory. Then we come to Roll, Gypsy Roll. After that, Graceful Moon, 10 lengths behind the favored filly. And Dr. Z's Elsa is last. And bookending the field with the stablemate, Bet Your Assets. And this one slows down into the far turn and does so with a 3-length lead. Drop called at 50 million to 1, still right there. Tammy Macho also right there, big price. Then it's Mark of Victory, 5-6 out of it. After that, we have Roll, Gypsy Roll, passing She's a Real Deal. And Dr. Z's Elsa is running on very fast from behind, about 9 out of it. Graceful Moon to her inside. Bet Your Assets still calls the shots. Bet Your Assets dropped cold is 50-1 to the outside with the white face. Inside Mark of Victory. And Dr. Z's Elsa is closing still fast, but not fast enough. Bet Your Assets fending challenges. Mark of Victory surging on the inside, but the favored filly is too tough, and Bet Your Assets wins 2-5-1 in race 2. Number 2, Bet Your Assets, lives up to the hype first. 2-5-1-7 in 129.82. Those numbers are unofficial. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until the results of each race are declared official. And the second race is official. Bet Your Assets paid $260, $210, $210, okay. The trifecta, $22.75. It was chalk all odds. The superfecta, 2517, 63 and change. Exacta, nearly $3. The first double, $4.10 for $1. The third race, fast main track, scratch number 1, Club Mesquite. No superfecta wagering in race 3. Also number 2, Hightail Cowboy, now ridden by Daylor Barrios Lopez. The third is provided by Michelob Ultra and Ashley Home Store. The winner of the BAM The winner of the BAM Morris Purse is Bet Your Assets and Alfredo Barajas. The winning owners, Scott Pierce's Hidden Creek Farm. And the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Three. And they're racing. Tammy Macho pops out the chest and in macho fashion at 40-1 flashes speed. Dropped cold, revs up and gets hot at 50-1 on the inside. And a couple of outsiders go 1-2 as they negotiate the first turn. Bet Your Assets now joins and passes those long shots. And the favorite is on the move with Barajas. And Bet Your Assets, the Indiana Steam, opens up by 4. After that, it's now about 6 back to She's a Real Deal to the outside of Mark of Victory. Then we come to Roll, Gypsy Roll. After that, Graceful Moon, 10 lengths behind the favored filly. And Dr. Z's Elsa is last. And bookending the field with the stablemate, Bet Your Assets. And this one slows down into the far turn and does so with a 3-length lead. Drop called at 50 million to 1, still right there. Tammy Macho also right there, big price. Then it's Mark of Victory, 5-6 out of it. After that, we have Roll, Gypsy Roll, passing She's a Real Deal. And Dr. Z's Elsa is running on very fast from behind, about 9 out of it. Graceful Moon to her inside. Bet Your Assets still calls the shots. Bet Your Assets dropped cold is 50-1 to the outside with the white face. Inside Mark of Victory. And Dr. Z's Elsa is closing still fast, but not fast enough. Bet Your Assets fending challenges. Mark of Victory surging on the inside, but the favored filly is too tough, and Bet Your Assets wins 2-5-1 in race 2.
Bet Your Assets comes home as the heavy favorite in race number 2, and we'll go back to the dirt for race number 3. If you would please take out the 1 Club Mesquite from race number 3 and make the rider on number 2 Hightail Cowboy Daler Barrios Lopez. It isn't a field that's overheaping with pace horses. That's why I'm surprised that Hightail Cowboy is the price that he is. He was 9-2 at last check. And Hightail Cowboy, again now ridden by Daler Barrios Lopez, has a couple of close seconds in recent history, and both of those were going 1 turn. Would expect the return to 2 turns, putting him right on the lead. He might take some pressure from I Will Stand, but Hightail Cowboy still likes what he's probably going to be able to do today, and that's call the shots up front. And he looks like he's very much on his toes for start number 9 of the year. He's been getting close, like I said, knocking on the door and setting very fast fractions while doing it. We'll see how much further he can carry that, as that has seemed to be his game in the past, and he just adores this main track. He's only missed the board once, and Hightail Cowboy remains a pretty square price at 4-1. I give 4-5 on the horse right next door, that being Thick Haze. He looks to pick up only his second win over this main track, though. That's the big question, as Thick Haze does do this on a bit of a class drop, but goes back to the dirt for the first time in quite some time, and they've chosen to put him on the dirt. Usually when this horse is running on the main track, it's a turf race that's been taken off. But Thick Haze comes off a 5th place finish. It was over the turf course that was yielding. If he didn't like that, you still have some good recent form to go off, as he hadn't missed the board for quite some time prior to that. He is just 8 for 26. It's not like this horse has had a ton of miles on him either. They're just putting him in a spot where he can be competitive, and it sure looks like everybody agrees at 4-5. I Will Stand is going to make his second start since 2021. Got 1 sprint race in, which he was claimed from last time around by Chris Richard. It was a 5th place finish, but this horse has been mostly going 2 turns, going at Indiana, Churchill, and Oaklawn Park. I mean, he had been taking on some very tough competition and showing a little bit more speed while doing so. I would expect this horse to maybe improve in that category, as it was, again, just his first start since November of 2021. He's bound to improve in some way. We'll see if early speed is a part of that mix. Last Martini doesn't have a whole bunch of early speed. This horse has still won 3 out of his 4 lifetime starts over Canterbury's main surface, and usually done so going 2 turns, coming from just about last. Last Martini did win the last race of the season last year, but we have not seen him hit pay dirt since. He has been coming closer, though, and if something gets very, very fast up front, Last Martini would love it, and he should be coming to pick them all up late. Unbroken Song on the outside does have a couple of seconds in recent history. Doesn't have a consistent set running style while doing so, but that's really it. This horse does have 1 second place finish in 5 tries over our main track, but would need a bit of a form reversal, and thus is the field's long shot at 13-1. The 5 of them head out to the track with pick 3s, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and win place and show wagers to offer with 9 minutes to post. There's a power play coming up pretty soon. Right now, this field of 5 heads out to the track with a 4-5 favorite in Thick Haze. Kevin Gorg, wherever you are, get to the studio fast. We are all intently waiting to see what the power play is for Wednesday.
Here they come onto the track for the third. Scratch number 1, Club Mesquite. Number 2, Hightail Cowboy, is ridden by Daler Barrios Lopez. No superfecta wagering in race 3.
All right, folks, Kevin Gorg up in the press box. We are ready for our power play of the night. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat. It happens in race 6. It's number 9, the very speedy Miss Callie. Let's take a look at a couple of sequences here in the past performances that I like. Number 1, I like the trainer. He's good with long shots, Miguel Angel Silva. Now, this horse is 3-1 morning line, but I think that might drift up. A nice breeze since that start on August the 6th. I'm going to show you the replay of this race, but you can see the fractions. That second quarter mile was 22 flat. That is ridiculously fast for a turf course. And this horse was right in the teeth of the battle. That was Allowance Company. We're dropping in class, and we've got a good record here on the Canterbury turf. Now, there's other speed in this race that she'll have to outfoot early, but I do like the fact that a speed horse last time out of the gate wasn't sharp, and now she had to make up ground after a bit of a tardy break, and then she's going to use that natural speed to put herself in the race. Notice how far the rail is out that day, roughly 20 feet, and she's got to go wide now into that first turn and chase the speed. She's involved in a pace that just is not going to be conducive to winning on the grass. When your interior fraction is 22 or 22 and flat, it's going to set the race up for the even money favorite, Dear Bo, who will go on to victory, and we'll fade to 4th late. That doesn't bother me. Different sequence tonight, different class of horse, and I think she at some point can get loose on that far turn and be a real handful. Race 6, number 9, Miss Callie. Thanks again to Tri-State Bobcat for sponsoring the power play.
They've reached the gate. It is now post time. The third, this Wednesday, Saturday, we race at 5. Sunday and Monday, 1 o'clock. One out. Unbroken Song, last in. All righty now. And they're racing, slow beginning for Unbroken Song. High Tail Cowboy, high tails it at 3.5 to 1, right out to the lead. Thick Haze, the favorite, about 2 lengths from it, and has been overtaken by I Will Stand as those 3 corner, separated now by 3. 5 lengths after that to Last Martini, racing well off the inside, and long shot Unbroken Song is 12 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to High Tail Cowboy, I Will Stand in the new colors, joins in kind to the outside of High Tail Cowboy, who still leads it by a half. And that duo is 8 clear from Thick Haze. 4 after that, Unbroken Song running on to the inside of Last Martini, and they're still double digits out of it. And now, in the middle stages, it is High Tail Cowboy and I Will Stand. Further goes on the attack to the outside, and these two are in perfect harmony. A country mile clear from Thick Haze. The even money favorite is being shaken up rigorously, far out of it. Last Martini is being shaken, but nothing is stirring. And after that, we have Unbroken Song, far out of it. Around about the quarter pole, High Tail Cowboy and I Will Stand. They're locked in battle as they head for home. I Will Stand has the white face. High Tail Cowboy the inside. Thick Haze is engaged. Thick Haze, the favorite, has become engaged, and so is Last Martini on the outside. I Will Stand, High Tail Cowboy, they go to grinding. Thick Haze, Last Martini with an intoxicatingly good move, but it's too late. High Tail Cowboy prevails. Tight photo finish. It's a photo finish. We also had a claim in race number 3. We have an answer in the Ramon Foster purse. The winner is number 2, High Tail Cowboy. 2543. Third race official. Into the winner's circle, Hightail Cowboy and Delor Barrios Lopez. Hightail Cowboy paid $5.40 for a $2 win wager and is owned and trained by Larry Donlin. Double $5.30. Exacta $9.90. Trifecta $19.45. We come now to the fourth race. It is on the firm turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. This one begins the Canterbury Park 50-cent pick 5 with a nation low and horse racing low 10% takeout. Pick the winners of races 4 through 9 in our 50-cent pick 5, using as many or as few as you desire in each race, and hit the pick 5. It takes off about 20 minutes from now, courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Racing, slow beginning for Unbroken Song. Hightail Cowboy, hightails it at 3.5 to 1, right out to the lead. Thick Haze, the favorite, about 2 lengths from it, and has been overtaken by I Will Stand as those 3 corner, separated now by 3. 5 lengths after that to Last Martini, racing well off the inside, and long shot Unbroken Song is 12 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Hightail Cowboy, I Will Stand in the new colors, joins in kind to the outside of Hightail Cowboy, who still leads it by a half. And that duo is 8 clear from Thick Haze. 4 after that, Unbroken Song running on to the inside of Last Martini, and they're still double digits out of it. And now, in the middle stages, it is Hightail Cowboy and I Will Stand. Further goes on the attack to the outside, and these two are in perfect harmony. A country mile clear from Thick Haze. The even money favorite is being shaken up rigorously, far, far out of it. Last Martini is being shaken, but nothing is stirring. And after that, we have Unbroken Song, far, far out of it. Around about the quarter pole, Hightail Cowboy and I Will Stand. They're locked in battle as they head for home. I Will Stand has the white face. Hightail Cowboy the inside. Thick Haze is engaged. Thick Haze, the favorite, has become engaged, and so is Last Martini on the outside. I Will Stand, Hightail Cowboy, they go to grinding. Thick Haze, Last Martini with an intoxicatingly good move, but it's too late. Hightail Cowboy prevails. Ladies and gentlemen, in the third race, the number 2 Hightail Cowboy was claimed for $7,500. The victorious Hightail Cowboy claimed $7,500. The new trainer, Chris Richard, and the new owners, Miracle Logistics.
Here we are at the crossover leg between the post-time pick 4 and the late pick 5. It's 12 minutes away on the turf, and we go 1 mile in the $7,500 claimer. The one kinetic swagger should be a part of the pace, as he has been in most of his competitive efforts throughout his career. A lot of those have come on the turf, too. 17 of his 30, and 2 of those 3 lifetime wins. One of those was local, but last time he was 5th, and he was beaten by a couple in here. He has to find a way to turn the tables on these in a hurry, as he has had a lot of time off. That was all of 2022 and about half of 2023. Maybe still be playing catch-up, and kinetic swagger right now is at 8-1. You get 18-1 on Mishko right next door. This was Jeff Madey's selection. He'll need a form reversal too, but at least this one has got his feet wet now over Canterbury turf. He's run over it 4 times, and Mishko last time was against Zuma Rudy, a horse who has done some pretty good work on that turf course in the past, maybe a little bit longer, but he has been running against some tough customers and not been too far behind them. He is a decent price on the board, and that is definitely what you would want to look for in a group like this if you don't particularly love anybody, including the morning line favorite Macedonian Ruler. He's 7-2 on the board. Macedonian Ruler is going to make his 4th start over a turf course. He has yet to win, but has come very close. He's been beaten less than a length combined in his last 2. That first one was on the turf, and last time it got rained off onto a muddy main track. But Macedonian Ruler still made the same sort of close that he normally does, and that should be good for a piece in here. I couldn't put him on top, but it should be at least rolling for something late, and Macedonian Ruler should take more and more money as they get closer to the gate. You get 11-1 on the horse right next door, Cybertruck. His races have slowly dissipated a little bit since he's got up here. Had some pretty good form at Turf Paradise over the winter, but just hasn't carried it up north. He did finish 3rd in that one race a few starts back, but last time tried the dirt. They put him on the dirt and put him at one turn, and he just really showed not much. Cybertruck backed up pretty early, but maybe a little more sharp off that sprint effort. Of Good Report is 5-1, and Of Good Report is another one who seeks his first win over this course. He was just less than a length short of it a couple back, and that was a tougher group, but Of Good Report hasn't thrown into those races on a consistent basis. That's my main argument with him, and I'm going to pass on him until he shows any sort of semblance of that consistency. I'm a Harley 2 should be up close early. I'm a sucker for I'm a Harley 2. I love this horse, but last time he landed in the mud, not his surface. The horse likes the turf, and he likes Canterbury turf in particular, where he's registered 4 of his 5 lifetime victories. Did all the dirty work and came up just a length short 2 back. I really like him in the spot, but I thought there was too much speed. I had to take somebody to run them down, and Carmenutes is a part of that problem. Carmenutes has a lot of speed too. He'll push things along if he's not leading the way. Santos will take over the riding duties today, and Carmenutes has been running some good races over this turf course. He's just been finding fields with speed, and that's kind of the problem with him, and I'm a Harley too. Feeding Frenzy should be running late, as should Mark and Greeley. Both of these two have done their best running over this course, but Mark and Greeley in particular has done some of that really good work against this class level, whereas Feeding Frenzy needs to refine some old form, and that just doesn't look like an easy spot to do so in here. We're 9 minutes away from race number 4. Your favorites on the outside at 5-2, now co-favorite with Macedonian Ruler, and that is Mark and Greeley. This starts the pick 5. It's a full group to do so. Remember, that's a 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. The other options include doubles, pick 3s, exactas tries, 10-cent supers, really good 10-cent super race, and it's headed to the track. They'll take off in 9 minutes, and in the meantime, Kevin Gorg's got the pick 5 mapped out.
There's the call to the post as the horses come on the track for race number 4, which will take place on a firm turf course, and we offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and it's time for the 50-cent pick 5. The final 5 races on the card. Find the pick 5 winner. You might find financial freedom. Offers a 10% takeout, and I'll have a ticket for you right after the post parade. Play the pick 5 here in race 4 our final 5 of the night. All right, folks, time to take a look at that pick 5. I've assembled a $27 ticket. Here in this first leg, I'm going to use 3 horses, 3, 5, and 9. I think the 3 gets a great trip. I really like the 9 a lot. Don't love the post. He'll have to overcome a very tough post. 3, 5, and 9 here. Second leg, I'm going to single the 5, Kamikaze Blue. I'm bullish on the 5 in race 5. Race 6, I'm going to use 4, 5, and 9. 9 will be the power play tonight. Might be loose on the front at a fair number. In race 7, I'm going to use 2, 5, and 6. Looks pretty wide open. And in race 8, it's going to come down to Mighty Matty, who I think on the stretch out with the bloodline should enjoy this 2 event. And then maybe it's time for Strawbella. 0 for 11, been so close against similar competition. It might finally be the night for Strawbella. $27. Once again, it's 3, 5, 9 with 5, with 4, 5, 9, with 2, 5, 6, with 1 and 3. Play that pick 5. It starts in 5 minutes. Up next, we are going to head down to the winner's circle. It is going to be beer pong with the lovely and talented Angela Herman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, lovely and talented Kevin Gord. We are down here to play a little beer pong. And I have 2 lovely contestants here ready to throw some balls for some prizes. Who do I have tonight?
Nicole.
And?
Danae.
All right, Nicole and Danae, you're going to take your shots at those 3 rows of balls. If you get it in the front row, you get some free admission. Get a little further back here, you get a daily double pack. If you get it in this back row, you get the daily double pack, a TJ Hooligans gift card, and I don't know, well, maybe we'll get you a couple of racehorses or something too. It's a difficult shot to make, but you can do it. Whoever wants to go first, take your step up. Ooh, very, very good try at the back row. That's how it's done. Just a little more follow through. You can do it. Beautiful, beautiful. Swoosh right in the second row. Nicely done. All right, you can top that. All right, we got some admission passes in the front row. Now get one in the back. You can do it. Oh, very, very close. Hey, no booing. They've won lots of stuff. You guys have free admission passes, daily double packs, all kinds of ways to have fun with your day. And hope that you guys had some fun playing beer pong down here with us. If you guys want to get in on the action, we don't have too much more time this season. Remember, if you want to be a part of any of the events, the concerts, the Taste of Canterbury, anything that is left on this season's calendar, you got to check out CanterburyPark.com.
It is now post time for the fourth. As they move in line, Macedonian Ruler, the Aussie, is 3-2 and favored. Markin Greeley, last in line. Nine in a line. And they're racing. Kinetic Swagger with early speed. Swagger at 10-1 pops out of the gate speedily. Cybertruck at 12-1 also prominent. And then it's Carmenutes with 1 lap to go, 2 lengths from the lead. Mishko's under a very tight hold, about 4 lengths from the lead, securing the inside. And that one is to the inside of the Aussie Macedonian Ruler. Just about 4 lengths from front to back. The early pace is very reasonable. Then it's Markin Greeley. Markin Greeley is 7 lengths from the front, advancing a tad, and is right next to Feeding Frenzy. After that, I'm a Harley 2, and the one in last is Of Good Report, and that one is 13 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on the beautiful Canterbury turf course. Kinetic Swagger and Eddie G trying to steal it at a fat number. It is Kinetic Swagger leading it by 3. Carmenute still a narrow second, about to be joined by Cybertruck to the inside. After that, Macedonian Ruler beginning to unwind from behind. Then we come to Mishko. That one's to the inside of Markin Greeley, scrubbed on hard. Feeding Frenzy is blocked to the inside of I'm a Harley 2, and Of Good Reports running on 12 out of it. Kinetic Swagger and Eddie G still clear. Kinetic Swagger bet down to 4.5-1, leads it by 2. After that is Carmenutes. On the outside, Macedonian Ruler still with a chip chair and a chance. Into the final football field, Kinetic Swagger, wire to wire on his mind. Kinetic Swagger, Macedonian Ruler. Here it is, tight. Oh, that's so very tight. Ooh, that's a very, very tight photo. The 1 and 3 being separated right now by our placing judges. How many people are pulling for number 1, Kinetic Swagger? Who's pulling for number 3, Macedonian Ruler? Stand by. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Macedonian Ruler, in time. 3:174. The fourth race is official. Exacta $19.60. The trifecta paid $52 for 50 cents. 10-cent superfecta $56.95. 2-3 double $14.40. The post time pick 4 for 50 cents paid $58.35. Race number 5 is 22 minutes from now. Fast main track, no scratches. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Macedonian Ruler and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade. Macedonian Ruler is owned by Joe Schumer and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. And they're racing. Kinetic Swagger with early speed. Swagger at 10-1 pops out of the gate speedily. Cybertruck at 12-1 also prominent. And then it's Carmenutes with 1 lap to go, 2 lengths from the lead. Mishko's under a very tight hold, about 4 lengths from the lead, securing the inside. And that one is to the inside of the Aussie Macedonian Ruler. Just about 4 lengths from front to back. The early pace is very reasonable. Then it's Mark and Greeley. Mark and Greeley is 7 lengths from the front, advancing a tad, and is right next to Feeding Frenzy. After that, I'm a Harley 2, and the one in last is of good report, and that one is 13 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go on the beautiful Canterbury turf course. Kinetic Swagger and Eddie G trying to steal it at a fat number. It is Kinetic Swagger leading it by 3. Carmenute still a narrow second, about to be joined by Cybertruck to the inside. After that, Macedonian Ruler beginning to unwind from behind. Then we come to Mishko. That one's to the inside of Mark and Greeley, scrubbed on hard. Feeding Frenzy is blocked to the inside of I'm a Harley 2, and of good reports running on 12 out of it. Kinetic Swagger and Eddie G still clear. Kinetic Swagger bet down to 4.5 to 1, leads it by 2. After that is Carmenutes on the outside. Macedonian Ruler still with a chip chair and a chance. Into the final football field, Kinetic Swagger, wire to wire on his mind. Kinetic Swagger, Macedonian Ruler. Here it is, tight. Oh, that's so very tight. Head for home in the first on a Wednesday. Conduit trying to begin the Labor Day 4-day festival with a big upset. Cinco Majestic to the inside at 9-1. After that, Bourbon Aficionado trying to leave them punch drunk. That two surging. It is Conduit. Bourbon Aficionado has him. Bam! That's dropped cold is 50-1 to the outside with the white face. Inside mark of victory, and Dr. Z Zelsa's closing still fast, but not fast enough. Bet Your Assets fending challenges. Mark of victory surging on the inside, but the favored filly is too tough, and Bet Your Assets wins 2-5-1 in race 2. Tail Cowboy the inside. Thick Haze is engaged. Thick Haze, the favorite, has become engaged, and so is Last Martini on the outside. I Will Stand, Hightail Cowboy, they go to grinding. Thick Haze, Last Martini with an intoxicatingly good move, but it's too late. Hightail Cowboy prevails. Clear. Kinetic Swagger bet down to 4.5-1, leads it by 2. After that is Carmenutes on the outside. Macedonian Ruler still with a chip chair and a chance. Into the final football field. Kinetic Swagger, wire to wire on his mind. Kinetic Swagger, Macedonian Ruler. Here it is, tight. Oh, that's so very tight.
Well, the pick 5 starts with a spine tingler, 9-2 shot loose, People's Choice 2-1 charging, and boy, just in the nick of time, that 2-1 gets up. We sail on to start the late pick 4 in race 5. We have a maiden race here for the girls, fillies and mares, traveling 5.5 furlongs, and there's a couple horses that should dominate in the wagering, and rightfully so, but this still looks like a race where we could see an upset. I think the pick 5 is going to pay tonight. We'll see how it plays out. Number 1 is getting a lot of action at the windows, and she looks very good down here. This is Alatrope. Now, she's already won, and you ask me, well, how can she be in a maiden race? 2 starts back. After a win, she did some bumping and drifting in the stretch, so she got DQ'd. Man, does she look good down here. You get Constantino Roman, you get Joel Burnt. Those are both big-time positives. Love the way she looks. I think she's lone speed. All that being said, I've got her third in my analysis because I think there's other speed in here. We'll see, though. If she gets clear, she won't be a handful. Man, she looks good. 2 is Majestic Cinema. Erica Murray gets the call here for Edgar Espinoza. Good bloodlines. This is the granddaughter of the great Street Sense who won the Kentucky Derby. Workouts say she can run. You get first-time Lasix, and boy, you get a nice price, too. 15-1 up on the board. 3 is Melanie T. Carmona gets the call for Tranquilo. In from Oaklawn Park, showing a bullet workout. The layoff was the only question mark for me. Number 4 is Nona with Sosa for Backhouse. 1 try against Softer. It was a decent try. She flashed speed before fading. Horses can, generally speaking, improve from start 1 up to start number 2. I really like the 5, and this is the horse I kind of fell in love with when I was handicapping. I respect the heck out of the 1, but I think the 5 has a little more upside. Today, she's third off the layoff. She ran her butt off last time in the mud at a longer distance. Second time blinkers for Valerie Lund. We get Lindy Wade. I think Salt of the Earth can press the pace and pounce in the stretch, 2-1. 6 is highly creative. I think Superstats Dave likes horses with this name. This is the Bug Boy, Daler Barrios Lopez. He's been good all season. Turf to Dirt is your handicap and angle. This horse could be a late factor and a good-looking gray here in the paddock. The outside horse is being ignored at the windows, and I don't get it. I've got this horse in my top 3. I think 9 Crowns is competitive. I like the outside attack post. And Eduardo Gallardo, man, this kid can flat out ride. I mean, this kid every day shows me something new in his arsenal. He'll get this horse out. I think he might be the key to the pace, because if the 1 gets left alone, the 1 could be long gone. Something tells me this outside horse might come back to the races with some early alacrity. It's a maiden race. It's history in the making, because somebody is going to get win number 1. Who's it going to be? You got to put your money where your opinion is. The horses are leaving the paddock. They're heading towards the track. It's nearly post time. Get your bets in. It's race number 5. The pick 4 is coming up. Angela Herman has a ticket. The excitement is everywhere right out here at Canterbury Park.
We're in the back half of the card now, so it's time for the late pick 4. And in the back half of this pick 4, I thought it would be kind of a closer-friendly race. That's race number 7. Looks like there's a lot of speed signed on in here. So
one of the closers I like best. In fact, my top pick is Northern Charmer. We're going to look a little closer at Northern Charmer and see how she'll fare against some horses who have beaten her in the past. Northern Charmer has 7 starts to her. You can see this is her lifetime docket. And most importantly, her 2 races against claimers, that's what this notation is, as opposed to maiden special weights, have been her 2 best. And Northern Charmer came from off the pace in both of them, losing the first one by just 3/4 of a length to Let Me Down Easy, who's also in this spot, and then broke her maiden last time around as the favorite and got up by a neck. Both of those races were at 5.5 furlongs. So now she's got a stablemate in here. This is also a Tony Rengstorff trainee named Spoiled Brat. But as you can see in Spoiled Brat's past, she's got more speed, and she dueled last time and set things up for a couple of closers in this sort of race. Sense of Flurry won that day, but we're hoping that Northern Charmer can maybe fit that pattern. This is Northern Charmer's 2nd place finish behind Let Me Down Easy. You can see Let Me Down Easy was 3-2, Northern Charmer was 4-1, and Northern Charmer doesn't really look like she's going to make too much of a dent. There's a big gap between this speedy filly Let Me Down Easy and the rest. But in about the last, 16th of a mile or so, you can see Let Me Down Easy get a little tired on the front end, and Northern Charmer, even though she doesn't have push button acceleration, she can still keep coming, and that's just about enough ground, but 6 furlongs should be, and she might be able to turn the tables on Let Me Down Easy tonight with a little extra pace in the mix. That's why we're going to try Northern Charmer, and we're going to try Roundabout, a couple of closers in the 7th in this upcoming pick 4. And there you have it. There's the 2 of them on there. You can see Northern Charmer and Roundabout with the Wolfman on board. That's going to be race 7, but we'll start here in race number 5 with a few minutes to post. I wanted to boot Allotrope and just use Kamikaze Blue like Kevin did, but I just don't know how much pressure she's going to get on the front end, and that seems to tell the tale with Allotrope. She is a very speedy horse. I would prefer her at 5, whatever the surface is. 5.5 is kind of stretching the rubber band, but she's still maybe better than the rest of these, enough to take them all the way on the front end. Now in 6th, I thought it was a good race to spread out. These fillies don't have a whole bunch of established pace form, and a couple of the horses who should be providing the pace are towards the outside, that being Ms. Callie and Bailout Keela. I use Bailout Keela because she's going to be a lot better priced than Ms. Callie, but Ms. Callie is the one that they have to run down. Won't be an easy task, but I was hoping that maybe a couple in a very full field could go after her and spring a mild upset. I just talked about 2 and 6, that being Roundabout and Northern Charmer, the angle horse for the night in race number 7, and we'll close it out with Strawbella. I think it's finally the night for Strawbella. I mean, yes, she's had 11 tries at it, but it looks like she's finally found a field she can beat. It's enough ground. It's a dirt course that she likes. She should be able to keep herself in close attendance, and she's run races good enough to win the 8th. I'm going to single her, and that's what the ticket looks like to me. Whatever your ticket looks like, you got to put it together in the next 2 minutes.
Say 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Lucy, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Don't get shut out. Bet more, win more.
Yeah. It's race time. Race number 5, Allotrope is the even money favorite as they move in line. Looking to get in the black like First Resource Bank. 9 Crowns, last in line. Here they come. And there they go. Allotrope came out of the gate very speedily with Roman on the inside, and Allotrope has grabbed the early lead. Outside, 9 Crowns becomes prominent, and between them, Majestic Cinema. Those 3 crackle into the far turn and are about 3-4 clear from Kamikaze Blue, who's on the move to the outside of Highly Creative. After that is Nona, and Melania T is last and 8 lengths behind 9 Crowns. And 9 Crowns at 7-1 grabs a conspicuous lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Allotrope's guided to the outside. Kamikaze Blue still in the red, but looking to get in the black. And behind them is Highly Creative as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. 9 Crowns, Kamikaze Blue, Allotrope's between them. One of these 3, 9 Crowns still clear with a football field to go. Allotrope, Kamikaze Blue stabbing, 9 Crowns. Here's Allotrope. Tight photo goes to Allotrope, number 1. Now entering the winner's circle, it is number 1, Allotrope and Constantino Roman and family. The winning owner, Charlene Gabler, and the winning trainer, our leading trainer, Joel Burnt. Behold, Allotrope. The race is official. come, and did it go. Allotrope came out of the gate very speedily with Roman on the inside, and Allotrope has grabbed the early lead. Outside, 9 Crowns becomes prominent, and between them, Majestic Cinema. Those 3 crackle into the far turn and are about 3-4 clear from Kamikaze Blue, who's on the move to the outside of Highly Creative. After that is Nona, and Melania T is last and 8 lengths behind 9 Crowns. And 9 Crowns at 7-1 grabs a conspicuous lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Allotrope's guided to the outside. Kamikaze Blue still in the red, but looking to get in the black. And behind them is Highly Creative as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. 9 Crowns, Kamikaze Blue, Allotrope's between them. One of these 3, 9 Crowns still clear with a football field to go. Allotrope, Kamikaze Blue stabbing. 9 Crowns. Here's Allotrope. Tight photo goes to Allotrope, number 1. Smooth Shiraz, Bourbon County, hold for more. Bourbon County, hold for more, has done it. What an aggressive, great win by Hold for More. It's Honey Sox Appeal from Rockin' the Blues, but Honey Sox Appeal is the Distaff Sprint champion, beating Rockin' the Blues, and Shaboom ran third. And Fireman Oscar is the Northern Lights Futurity champion. AP is loose from Speed is Life, who will not go away. Then it's Vanderbilt Beach. AP is loose. Speed is Life is looking to upset him. AP is loose. Speed is Life. Speed is Life has done it. Speed is Life at 3-1 beats AP is loose.
Please note we have a new scratch being announced for the first time in the upcoming 6th race. Please scratch number 2, Texas Twinkies. Again, a late scratch in the 6th race, scratch number 2, Texas Twinkies.
Alatrope in race 5, normally on the lead, gives up the lead and then comes back and gets the money. The People's Choice goes boom, boom to start the pick 5. You just got that late scratch here of the 2, who I thought was an interesting long shot here in the 6th. Scratch the 2, Texas Twinkies. Let's take a look at the field. We'll handicap from the inside out. We'll start with number 1, Most Smoking. Erica Murray gets the call here, and I love the post draw for this all-welling charge because she's got good natural speed, doesn't need the lead. Erica can draft in behind the pace and wait to make her move. Turf racing all about saving ground, saving energy. She's a very good pilot. She can do just that. Number 3 has got lots of speed. Her name is She's on Easy Street. The Bug Boy, Barrios Lopez, rides for trainer Joe Roberts. And trainer Joe Roberts has popped at prices on this turf the last couple of years. Keep that in mind. And the horse, by the way, 6 tries on this Canterbury turf course, 4 for 6 in the exacta. And the 3 does figure to be a juicy price. Number 4 is getting all the early money. Mac Robertson's Magic Glass with his go-to guy, Eduardo Gallardo. Gallardo's inches away from having 3 wins on the card. He's got a win. He's got 2 races where he got tabbed right in the final stride. So this horse has upside, great barn. As I mentioned, one of my favorite jockeys out here, and all the early money so far on that 4. Now, the 5 horse is an interesting handicapping puzzle because on her right day, I think she's good enough to get a piece of this at a big price. Now, I don't know if she can win, but I do think that price is way too big on Delusional Dream. Izzy Hernandez for Nancy Sheehan, another horse with good numbers on this turf course, 4 for 9 in the trifecta. Problem is she gets started real late, and so she'll be charging in the late stages. If you're going to build a try or superfecta, mix in that 5. I think she'll do you good here at a nice price. Right now that price is near 20 to 1. 6 is Right of Refusal. Morning line set by a pro says 4 to 1. Bettors agree, 4 to 1 right now up on the board. Couple of nice turf sprints, has some early speed. Lindy Wade, such a good, patient rider. I would expect this horse to get a fair trip. 7 is Bailout Keela. 8, Cherry Hernandez for my guy David Miller. This horse 9 to 1. Interesting horse here because she's got enough speed in a crowded field to be in a very good position around the turn. 8 is Tantima for the Butsos. Another Minnesota bred facing open company. The jockey, Constantino Roman, looks to go back-to-back. He rides for Mikey Beeler, and boy, has the Beeler barn been good this season at Canterbury. He just got his win number 1,000 down Remington Way last week. Tantima, like that 5, a big closer that figures to be trying to charge in from off the pace at a big number. My top pick in the race is the 9. I'm going to try Ms. Callie. Now, she's got lots of speed. She's on a class drop, but she's got a couple other horses to her inside that could bug her early. I'm hoping she can settle down, get to the front, and then try to slow things down on the front end as the wheel gives us the riders up. We've got a couple more horses to chat about. Got to love the wheel right out here at the park. Number 10 is Icy Will Burn Ya. Sosa gets the call for Caitlin Bedford. Another horse that likes to do her best running in the later stages. Tricky post here at 35 to 1. And there's a gorgeous gray on the outside. Her name is Dura the Explorer. Adamar Santos gets the call for Mr. Carmichael. And this horse, the post is really, really tough. If you can overcome the post, there are some speed figures here that are competitive. That wide draw, though, does that horse no favors outside. Scratch of the 2 here, late scratch of the 2. Great betting race here. Good little turf race here, and kind of a separator in the pick 5 and late pick 4 if you're alive. In that all-turf pick 3, we wish you the best of luck. We're going to give you a reminder. We come back and race Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1 with the doggies. We got the doggies out here for best in show there. And then holiday Monday, 1 o'clock on Labor Day, before those kids go back to school. Come out and enjoy a holiday day of racing. All the details, tickets, everything you'll need is at CanterburyPark.com. Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1 with the dogs, Monday at 1 on holiday racing day at Canterbury Park.
It is now post time for race number 6. And they're on the lawn with 1 left to go in. Dura the Explorer at 45 to 1. Here they come. And they're racing. Dura the Explorer, that gray on the outside, flashes speed at 45 to 1. Bailout Keela also prominent at 8 to 1, and Bailout Keela has the lead with 1 lap to go. After that, She's on Easy Street to the inside of Right of Refusal, and they're about 4 lengths, now 3 lengths behind Bailout Keela. After that, Dura the Explorer goes to swiping about 7 out of it as number 3, She's on Easy Street, just checked badly and lost about 5 lengths. The leaders kick on, and Ms. Callie now has the lead running by Bailout Keela, and the pace intensifies in the field is well strung out. After that, Magic Glass, 13 from the front to the inside of Icy Will Burn Ya. Then we come to Delusional Dream, third last to the inside of Tantima, and Mo Smoking is last and 13 from the front. They head into the far turn, and they're chasing Ms. Callie. Ms. Callie kicks clear by 7, and at 2.5 to 1, it's Ms. Callie showing the way with Barajas. About 4 lengths, 5 lengths clear from Right of Refusal, who comes flashing out of the crowd. Then we come to She's on Easy Street. After that, Magic Glass beginning to swirl and charge in. Likewise for Mo Smoking from last. It's Ms. Callie, the tearaway leader. The lead is diminishing, but not by much. After that, Right of Refusal inside Delusional Dream is closing quickly. So is Magic Glass, but they're chasing in vain as Ms. Callie has won it by 4. 9-6-4 in race 6. Number 9, Ms. Callie first. 9-6-4-3 in race 6, and it's unofficial. Number 4, Magic Glass, was claimed by Chris Richard for Seth Harrington. That's Magic Glass, the favorite in race 6, third place finisher, tagged 10K, Richard Harrington. Steward's inquiry, hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry, hold all tickets. The judges are taking a look at the first turn, and specifically number 3, She's on Easy Street, checking out of the action. So the stewards are looking at the first turn, and number 3, She's on Easy Street, who ran 4th. In particular, the path taken by that 3. You can see on TV monitors or the big screen in the infield. Those are the angles being observed by our stewards, the track referees. And number 3, She's on Easy Street, the one in question. So you see with the box on the bottom, 736, then the 11 is the gray. Number 3 is going to check here momentarily. The stewards want to learn why. 3's next to the rail with the green blinkers. Now, the eventual winner, Ms. Callie, is the 9, motoring by 3 wide. Steward's inquiry, stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, the Steward's inquiry does not involve the top 3 finishers, 9, 6, and 4. Instead, number 7, Bailout Keela, in question. Bailout Keela ran last. However, that is the one the Stewards are observing behind the scenes, and what took place with number 3, she's on easy street. But because the 3 beat the 7, the inquiry sign has been taken down, and 9643 is soon to be official. In the winner's circle, Ms. Callie. That's your power play tonight. And the winning rider, Alfredo Barajas. The winning owner, Silva Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, he is Miguel Angel Silva. Ms. Callie. It's unofficial. Race 6 official. 10-cent superfecta, 51.75. 5-2 on top, 2-1 in third. Holy cow. Exacta, 24.10. 50-cent trifecta, favorite on the bottom, $40.95. And the most recent pick 3, $40.20. The 7th race is our Wednesday penultimate, and it begins Dr. Dan's Late Double. Number 3, Let Me Down Easy, is picked up by Harry Hernandez. No scratches. And race 7 is 20 minutes from now. Here they come. And they're racing. Dura the Explorer. That gray on the outside flashes speed at 45-1. Bailout Keela also prominent at 8-1. And Bailout Keela has the lead with 1 lap to go. After that, she's on easy street to the inside of Right of Refusal. And they're about 4 lengths, now 3 lengths behind Bailout Keela. After that, Dura the Explorer goes to swiping about 7 out of it as number 3. She's on easy street, just checked badly and lost lost about 5 lengths. The leaders kick on, and Ms. Callie now has the lead running by Bailout Keela, and the pace intensifies, and the field is well strung out. After that, Magic Glass, 13 from the front to the inside of Icy Will Burn Ya. Then we come to Delusional Dream, third last to the inside of Tantima, and Mo Smoking is last and 13 from the front. They head into the far turn, and they're chasing Ms. Callie. Ms. Callie kicks clear by 7, and at 2.5 to 1, it's Ms. Callie showing the way with Barajas. About 4 lengths, 5 lengths clear from Right of Refusal, who comes flashing out of the crowd. Then we come to She's on Easy Street. After that, Magic Glass beginning to swirl and charge in. Likewise for Mo Smoking from last, it's Ms. Callie, the tearaway leader. The lead is diminishing, but not by much. After that, Right of Refusal inside Delusional Dream is closing quickly. So is Magic Glass, but they're chasing in vain as Ms. Callie has won it by 4. 9-6-4 in race 6.
riding double for Barejas. He gets Miss Callie to the front. She does the rest. And how about the value in the all-turf pick 3? It's a $1 bet that had a 1 to 5, a 2 to 1, and a 5 to 2. And you got over 38 to 1 on that bet. That's incredible. Every Wednesday, the all-turf pick 3, to me, it overpays each and every week. And boy, it's as big a payout as you can get with those type of results tonight. Let's sail on now to the late double. We've got some charcuterie trivia in the winner's circle before this race goes up. But right now, we got a handicap. We'll start with number 1, Give 'em Shade. Minnesota bred here, as is all in this race, going 6 furlongs. Give 'em Shade last time out did not care for the sloppy track. But the last time she raced on this track, on a fast main track, she was much more competitive. That will be the case tonight. And we've got the president down here of the Chad Lindsay fan club, so I know who he's betting. And Give 'em Shade right now is going to be a fair price. Now that price is 30 to 1. Holy cow. I'm going to go for the gray here. Everybody that knows me knows I love a gray. And I think Calvin Wolf is sitting on a good one. This horse last time out probably needed that start. Stumbled early and then picked up the pieces late. I saw a lot of early speed in this race. The 3 can fly. The 4 is fast. The 5 can fly. If they do what they normally do, someone can maybe come charging down that stretch. And I think it might be time for Roundabout to howl at the moon. The Wolfgang, Roundabout right now, 7 to 2. Number 3 is taking all the early money. It's Let Me Down Easy. Red Hot trainer Mike Beeler with Double H. Harry Hernandez guiding the ship. There's an easy plan here. You bounce out of that gate, take them out there, and see how fast we can go. She is very fast out of the gate. She's got a great jockey, and she's 2 to 1. 4 is Spoiled Brat for Tony Rengsdorf. Erica Murray gets the call. Has speed, but probably not enough speed to keep up with the 3 and 5. So maybe gets that garden trip sitting just off the pace in press and pounce mode. Number 5 is the Ghost of Genevieve. Gabriel Silva trains the Bug Boy. Daler Barrios Lopez gets the call. Outside attack post, natural speed. She looks like a very tough customer in this spot. And boy, does she look good in the paddock. Love the energy I'm seeing from number 5, Ghost of Genevieve. 6 is sneaky. 6 is very, very sneaky. If they go quick, it's another closer. Sosa rides Northern Charmer here for Tony Rengsdorf. I don't know if she can win the race. I think she can get a piece, and I think she can do so at a fair price. Right now, that price is 7 to 1. Hey, it's time for the late daily double, the final 2 races of the night right here. We've got charcuterie trivia because this Saturday, another edition of Taste of Canterbury. You get food, you get beverage, you get great tickets, you get a great party, and we're going to give away some of those tickets right now in the winner's circle. You got to make your bets. The Minnesota bred girls are heading to the track. It's almost time for the call to the post. Get your bets in now. We'll see you back in the press box for race 8 when Angela Herman and I will handicap the lucky last and tee up a weekend that includes the Pacific Classic from Del Mar. It's going to be a humdinger.
Onto the track for the 7th. It is our Wednesday penultimate. Number 3, Let Me Down Easy, is ridden by Harry Hernandez.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. In the winner's circle, we've got our good-looking guy right here. This is Jake, right here from Shakopee back in the day. And we've got a big event, Jake, this Saturday. It's a charcuterie night. It's Taste of Canterbury, cocktails on the craft variety, brilliant meats and cheeses. Do you know a lot about cheese?
A fair amount. I'm an enthusiast.
I like that. Cheese. Okay. One of these cheeses, as we're going to look at the Jumbotron in a second, is not classified as a hard cheese. We've got A, Parmesan, B, Brie, C, aged Gouda, and D, Asiago. Jake, for all the free money, and these are hard tickets to come by, every one of our Taste of Canterbury events has sold out. So this is big time. Which cheese is not classified as a hard cheese?
Brie?
Is it B, Brie, for all the cheese? Yes! Give him a round of applause. Jake from Shakopee will be here Saturday night. The charcuterie boards, the drinks, the glamour of it all. Congratulations. He's a big winner. You can come on, join us too. Head to CanterburyPark.com, get your tickets, and have a good cheesy night on Saturday.
They've reached the starting gate, and it is now race time. 7th of 8 this Wednesday. Ghost of Genevieve, heavily favored. Moving in line, Spoiled Brat in, Ghost of Genevieve and Northern Charmer follows Let Me Down Easy. One out. 6-pack, race 7, and here they are. They're racing. Excellent beginning for Ghost of Genevieve, and the favorite is in hand and in command. Ghost of Genevieve runs away 1.5. Let Me Down Easy flashes speed, and so does Spoiled Brat. Then it's the gray roundabout 5 lengths from the lead. Northern Charmer advances to the outside, attempting to win 2 in a row, and in last is Give 'em Shade. The 6 are covered by 10, and they zing into the far turn, chasing the Ghost. Ghost of Genevieve by 2. Let Me Down Easy is being ridden hard to the inside of Spoiled Brat. Northern Charmer 9 out of it to the outside of a roundabout, and still nothing from Give 'em Shade. And Ghost of Genevieve has given them the slip, opening a 7-length advantage. Ghost of Genevieve, the 1-9 favorite, kicks clear in a 1-horse race at this stage. Spoiled Brat is next, then it's Northern Charmer flashing home to the outside. The gray is a roundabout inside the final 150. The Ghost has disappeared and emerged in the winner's circle. It's Ghost of Genevieve, maybe 10. Second, Northern Charmer. Third, roundabout. Race 7, go official. 5, 6, 2, 1. The 8th is our final live race today. Scratch number 6, Dan's on by. No superfecta wagering in race 8. Into the winner's circle, Ghost of Genevieve, and the winning rider, Delor Barrios Lopez. That is a couple for DBL. And the winning owner and trainer, Gabriel Silva. Ghost of Genevieve is a 5-year-old bay mare by Rocky Bar out of Ghost City Queen. Bred in Minnesota by Miguel Angel Silva. Racing. Excellent beginning for Ghost of Genevieve, and the favorite is in hand and in command. Ghost of Genevieve runs away 1.5. Let Me Down Easy flashes speed, and so does Spoiled Brat. Then it's the gray roundabout 5 lengths from the lead. Northern Charmer advances to the outside, attempting to win 2 in a row, and in last is Give 'em Shade. The 6 are covered by 10, and they zing into the far turn, chasing the Ghost. Ghost of Genevieve by 2. Let Me Down Easy is being ridden hard to the inside of Spoiled Brat. Northern Charmer, 9 out of it to the outside of a roundabout, and still nothing from Give 'em Shade. And Ghost of Genevieve has given them the slip, opening a 7-length advantage. Ghost of Genevieve, the 1-9 favorite, kicks clear in a 1-horse race at this stage. Spoiled Brat is next, then it's Northern Charmer flashing home to the outside. The gray is a roundabout inside the final 150. The Ghost has disappeared and emerged in the winner's circle. It's Ghost of Genevieve, maybe 10. Second, Northern Charmer. Third, roundabout.
welcome up to the press box. Angela Herman with Kevin Gorga. We get you set for the final race of the night. Before we handicap this extravaganza, big weekend ahead.
Big
I
weekend.
mean,
3
you
days
know
of
I'm excited
racing.
about Del Mar Saturday, and that's the beauty of Canterbury with the third floor and that beautiful horse book. Plus, we've got a really good – I thought the cards this weekend came together real well here for our races, and I think Saturday's card is very bettable.
Right, and with some of the lack of scratches that we had like tonight, hopefully that does carry over to the weekend. We are getting into the twilight of our season. Everybody wants to get in at least one more run, so you do see a lower incidence of scratches and bigger field sizes as a result. So if you haven't dug in on any of those 10% takeout wagers, what are you waiting for? This weekend is going to be a good time to dive into those. Like you mentioned, some contentious races and not a whole bunch of gimmies along the way. I mean, there's some horses that stand out along the way, but not like 5 in one card like sometimes you might see. And I thought that it would be contentious both on the main track and on the turf, and it's supposed to be very nice, very hot all weekend. So things, at least as far as that goes, should stay intact.
So we race Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1 with the best in show for all the doggies. Come out and bring the kids Saturday on
Your
Sunday.
favorite day of the year.
Love it. It's going to be great fun. And then Monday, Holiday Monday, 1 o'clock. Let's handicap the field. And, you know, Ange, the horse on screen right now to me is the big danger. I love Strawbella. On one of my pick fives I bet tonight, I've singled this horse. But I think Mighty Maddie at least is bred to get the distance and likely gets a decent stalking trip. I'm just not sure, though, if she's quite good enough at the special weight level. I do love the post draw, and she looks pretty decent down in the paddock.
What do you think her tactics will be going a mile? Because this filly's gone 5, then 6, then 5.5. And just considering the different stops that it's been on the class ladder, you don't have a definite style for Mighty Maddie. Do you think that she'll sit kind of mid-pack on the stretch out? Or do you think that she'll have her usual tactics and beat the caboose early?
I think she'll sit mid-pack. That race last time out was a sprint where they went 58 for 5 furlongs, and she came charging down the stretch, went from 6th up to 2nd. Now, past tired horses, but it showed me that she can sit mid-pack and make a move around the turn. The tricky part for me, and the reason I just think, even though Strawbella's 0 for 11 and has had plenty of tries, this is normally a horse I would try to beat, but I just think this horse is going to get such a favorable trip. I don't see a lot of horses that have the class or the speed to stay with her. I think the gray is loose, and I mean well loose.
I think that some of the horses that beat her would be in the 1 to 9 neighborhood in this field, and even going a mile on the dirt, which I don't know if it'll be the specialty of many or any of these. Strawbella checks that box. I think that the more distance you give her on the main track, you're going to be in good shape, at least to get a piece, but against this group, I think you get the win. And Strawbella is no longer married to one sort of style of running. She's shown a bit more versatility in her age. It seems that she and Harry Hernandez get along very well. There's just a lot to like about Strawbella, but I mean, given the competition around her, I'm not a huge fan of Honeycrisp, but you do have some horses like Mighty Maddie and Native Doll who are going to stretch back out, but neither one of them has shown that much speed sprinting. Native Doll in particular has not got out of the gate in her first 2 starts, so they're the wild cards. But what do you think Native Doll brings to the table? Because I'm very curious of your thoughts on her.
Well, she does look like a horse that wants more ground. She just has been outrun in the 2 sprints that she's been involved in. And she dwelt at the break in her debut, and then last time got in tight during the race. So I think there's talent there. I think she wants to go further. I think she would love a wet track. If she ever gets a wet track, look out. I mean, we've got Danzig in the bloodlines. We've got Spikestown. I mean, this is a horse that's just begging for a sloppy track. But I wouldn't give up on the 5 yet, and she's the type of horse for a good trainer like Tony Rengsdorf that, you know, if for some reason Strawbella doesn't bring the A game, I think both the 1 and 5 could be dangerous late.
Very fair, and we will find out which one of these 5 maidens gets the score tonight. We think it's going to be Strawbella. You can see on the grid of selections, everyone but the Oracle is on board with one Strawbella hitting the winner's circle for the first time in race number 8. The wagering options have been whittled down to win, play, show, exacta, and trifecta wagers. And now they will make their way out for the 8th in 9 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this Wednesday evening. Remember, we will be back Saturday at 5 o'clock. On behalf of all of us up in the press box, myself, Kevin Gorg, Jeff Madej, Paul Allen, all the rest, have a good night and good luck in the last.
Sir Leonard Dykert. Lynn Dykert, thank you very much for the excellent work this evening. And the runners walk onto the track for the 8th race. Scratch number 6, Dan's On By. No superfecta wagering here in the 8th, and they'll be to the gate about 6 minutes from now. Into the gate they go, and it is race time. One out. Final to load this evening. Native Doll, Strabella favored. And they're racing. Good start. And from the 3 spot, Strabella, the 1-5 gray, immediately jumps to the lead. Strabella leads it, but has a challenge to the outside in the shape of Native Doll, and perhaps to the inside, Mighty Maddie. Strabella pulling them along by a half. Honey Crisp is about 2.5 lengths from the lead, and 3 away from Sassy Banker. Around the turn they go, and the 5 are covered by 5, and they're chasing the 3, and that 3 is Strabella, and Strabella pulls clear by 1. Native Doll cuts that lead to a half to the outside. Mighty Maddie still there on the inside, and right behind them, bottom part of the diamond, is Honey Crisp, 2.5 lengths from the front, and far clear from Sassy Banker, and now they have a half mile to go, and Mighty Maddie takes a run at Strabella to the inside, and they're on level terms. Outside of that, Native Doll, Honey Crisp continuing to plug away, 3 lengths from the lead. Not exactly the apple of the eye, but still in the thick of it, and far clear from Sassy Banker, and they have a 1/4 mile to go, and Strabella, this 1-9 favorite, is in an all-out grinder. It is Strabella to the outside of Mighty Maddie. Honey Crisp continues to plug away to the inside. Native Doll to the outside, and Sassy Banker is still far out of it. Strabella with a tenuous lead. Mighty Maddie giving absolutely everything she has, but Strabella is just better, and Strabella and Harry have prevailed. Under a blood red moon, Strabella is in the black. 3, 1, 4, 5. Wednesday is official. 10% takeout pick 5, $46.40. Up to the winner's circle. Here comes Strawbella and Harry Hernandez. Strawbella is owned by Gary and Brenda Bergsrud, and the winning trainer, winning his second race tonight, it's Larry Donlin. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5 o'clock. Please check our website, canterburypark.com, for the interesting and fun things we have going on and off the track. Otherwise, for our TV department, the management team, and those of us here in the Dark Star press box, thank you very much for joining us either here in Shakopee or abroad. And if you are leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. Racing, good start. And from the 3 spot, Strawbella, the 1-5 gray, immediately jumps to the lead. Strawbella leads it, but has a challenge to the outside in the shape of Native Doll, and perhaps to the inside, Mighty Maddie. Strawbella pulling them along by a half. Honey Crisp is about 2.5 lengths from the lead, and 3 away from Sassy Banker. Around the turn they go, and the 5 are covered by 5, and they're chasing the 3, and that 3 is Strawbella, and Strawbella pulls clear by 1. Native Doll cuts that lead to a half to the outside. Mighty Maddie still there on the inside, and right behind them, bottom part of the diamond, is Honey Crisp, 2.5 lengths from the front, and far clear from Sassy Banker, and now they have a half mile to go, and Mighty Maddie takes a run at Strawbella to the inside, and they're on level terms. Outside of that, Native Doll, Honey Crisp continuing to plug away 3 lengths from the lead. Not exactly the apple of the eye, but still in the thick of it, and far clear from Sassy Banker, and they have a quarter of a mile to go, and Strawbella, this 1-9 favorite, is in an all-out grinder. It is Strawbella to the outside of Mighty Maddie. Honey Crisp continues to plug away to the inside. Native Doll to the outside, and Sassy Banker is still far out of it. Strawbella with a tenuous lead. Mighty Maddie giving absolutely everything she has, but Strawbella is just better, and Strawbella and Harry have prevailed.